What up? Back for another stream. As you see from the title, gonna try to finish up this app that I've been building. You know, I'd say probably the last month or so, honestly, off and on, in between some other work and projects. But I think we're getting pretty close to the end here. I did a little bit of work offline between my last session and now, um, but need to go in there and clean some things up and tighten some areas, and that's what I plan on doing. Let me turn down this music. This down. So yeah, gonna hop in there today, see what I can get done. Try to get as close as I can to literally the last major feature I need for this before I can kind of get this up on my server and get some production testing done. And then obviously I'll need to build out some like kind of admin features and whatnot, but that'll be a whole nother thing that I'll worry about later. Just to get this kind of MVP version up, I need to finish off some things with the projects, and then last major feature is notifications, and we're getting close to that point. So let's just go ahead and hop into it. All right. So last thing before I sign off, last night from our stream is that I was working on this project completion, which I mostly got figured out and completed. Need to tweak some things and touch things up, but we're getting there. Like I said, so basically the process that I'm thinking of for this one is to have since this is a client and let's say freelancer, worker, organization, business, whatever kind of relationship, you don't want to give all the power to, let's say, the business to complete a project, even though a client might still be in the process of completing tasks or might request some changes or whatever. So the completion project that I have wired up currently is that when we get to a point where, the organization or workspace feels like they have completed their project or the task that needed to be done, they can submit it for completion, and then within 48 hours the client has an opportunity to either accept that request, meaning I approve, this project is done, it's completed, basically it closes it out, or no, actually need some changes, and they can go ahead and request those revisions, and then it kind of gets kicked back to the organization to finish whatever the client feels like needs to be done. But if the client is not responsive over those 48 hours, it'll just basically be auto completed and be closed out completely for both parties. So that is kind of the flow I've set up. This was kind of easy just because I already had task set up. So basically all it does is when you click complete project, it creates a new kind of task type, a project approval task, and which already kind of has the wire. It was already wired up to accept like revisions and whatnot. Naaman, am I new on YouTube? No, I'm not new on YouTube. I'm new in the sense that I just started streaming probably the last week or so, but I'm not new on YouTube. Let's try this out. So when you click complete project, it gets this, dialog, basically confirmation dialog, basically saying like, do you really want to submit this? And when you go to submit, now it gets fired off as, pending completion. And as you see the time here, it tells you how much time is left before it basically gets auto completed. And it just automatically creates this new task type called a project completion approval and marked as in review, basically waiting for the client to, decide if what they're seeing is correct. I also wired this up recently where you can also revoke. Maybe you jump the gun. Maybe you sent this approval too quickly, and actually you need to just go ahead and take that back. So you can just come here, revoke, and it deletes the task and changes the state back to active. So that all worked pretty well. Got that figured out last night, and yeah. So what else do I need to do? So I need to work this whole revision flow and make sure that works properly. So we'll try this again. You submit, then just go log in as a client. Right, so you see here in their active tasks, they get this project completion approval, and when they see their projects in their workspace or dashboard, they can see that this one is pending completion. Carol, what up, doc? So come here. So this is basically their opportunity to either approve this project and that it is complete, or they can request revision. Let's just try this revision flow right now. It should be pretty much the same as my other task, but let's check this out. Okay, let's go on details are required. Can you make some changes? Just for example, let's resubmit this. It gets kicked back to in progress. So now when I log back in as my workspace, I should see this as, again, I should see the details, just like my flow was already set up on my other task. So basically just reusing what was already there. That's one thing I've noticed when you're building apps in Pro. You kind of want to reuse components as much as you possibly can without having to rewire or rewrite everything. Boom. Naming. Do I make projects for clients or just for content? Both. Both. I make projects obviously for myself that I also use as production type projects. This is actually going to be a SaaS app that I will actually be offering as a project for other people, and also for clients. I've been doing some freelance work and kind of been expanding that area as well, and hopefully like trying to set that up where I can basically just freelance full time. So both personally and for clients, and also for content because I'm already doing it, so why not just do it live? Caro, I got to be like 6'4", best fit in the camera. Actually, not dog. I'm 6'8", so even bigger. What made me want to switch paths? I mean, after 14, 13, 14 years of professional basketball, what else is there really left to do at that point? It's kind of like, all right, I reached the end of that road. I don't have any major desires left in that, and then just started switching, doing what I was kind of doing on the side, anyways. Just make this a full time thing. All right, so come here. It's in progress, right? Cool. So now when I click complete task, what should happen is it should open up a dialog, basically forcing me to say, or giving me an option to reply saying I've completed those changes. So here it is. Can you make some changes? This is it. Complete task. Yeah, so I can submit anyways without, or I can give some notes. I made Naaman, you're really 6'8". Yes, bro, I'm really 6'8". Oh, I didn't know you actually played. Yeah, bro, I did. I played. Went to school, University of Nevada. Did 4 years there. Actually, almost left early for the draft my junior year. Played in the G League. Close to sign up Houston. Then I played overseas. Pretty much all over. I played Italy like 6 years. Australia, France, Greece. Champions League, Euro Cup, all that good stuff. So I legitimately played. Like this isn't just a title, but I really was a professional hooper. Project completion. All right, so now it's back to review. Let's go here. Cool. So view task. Make those changes. It's here. Let's double check this. I shouldn't be able to add a note. Cool. Action unavailable. Create task. Action unavailable. That's what I want. naming. My height got stuck at 6'1". I'm not going for many months. I mean, 6'1's not bad, bro. Like 6'1 is well above average. So I wouldn't say you got stuck, but man, I don't know, man. Drink your milk, eat your veggies. I don't know what to say. All right. So what should be happening? Let me double check this. So if I ask for revisions, I should be able to create notes and tasks again. Let's say submit it. And then as a login, cool. Now this is in progress. I should be able to, yep, cool. All right, so I create that now. Let's make sure. Let's see. Should be able to add some messages. Cool. That works. Last thing, let's create a task. All right, so task can get created. Now, what should happen, how I want this to flow is if I create a task to complete this, say I missed a task, I need them to do it, and I create this task, but there is still this project completion task here. I shouldn't be able to mark this as complete task until this gets closed out or completed or canceled, whatever the case may be. So let's check that. Yeah, so I need to wire this up again. So let's come here. Here this is, it needs to be wired up. All right, so let's go ahead and tell my agent to do that. Okay, so basically it should launch this dialog that prevents completing the task instead of allowing the normal flow. Should. All right, so instead of having to go there and wire it myself, I basically told it to rewire. Let's see, let's find it. It needs to rewire this dialog action right here. Should be basically adding a check to my loaders in my either project layout, and it's going to check the status of my other task. And if it finds basically any other tasks that are either pending or in progress or in review, it should basically change the functionality and the action of the button so it launches this dialog right here, which is what I get when I go to complete project when there's open tasks, basically saying I need to complete these tasks. So it should basically rewire this button to launch this dialog and prevent submitting the complete task until this other task or other tasks are completed. So it should be doing that right now. Right. So here's the check, which basically just copied from another example I already had, just rewired to this transition task status, which is what is basically what it becomes. Basically, if it's in review, all right, so basically it's checking if my project completion approval task is in review. This is what it's going to do. I'm going to check my other project task and make sure none of them have these statuses. And if it does, it's going to prevent it with this 400 error with this response. I'm just going to import that. It's going to do it, check in my loaders like I thought it would. Again, find the same thing, make sure none of the tasks on my task route is any of these. Basically, this was going to allow me to fire that dialog and change this action. So this would be the response. Basically, if there's a 400, so basically if the error hits on my server, it's going to check that response and see if it includes this message. Which, I don't know, I probably could just do it where it's, if the response is false. Then add extra complexity. Let's just leave it like it is. Cool. So some action button. If task is in review and it has blocking, basically if there's other tasks that are incomplete, open this dialog, prevent it. Exactly what I wanted. Down here. Doing the same thing here. Launching this dialog. All right, so that should work. Well, let's come here. Go to view task. If we go to complete this task, it should, there we go, because this other one is still open. So here, see what task I need to complete. This is still pending. If I do it on here, same, got it. I'll go to my tasks. All right, so let's go properly. Now, let's make sure that, let's try this again. Let's go to log in. So I need to complete this task. Let's see, in progress. I'll start this, do whatever I need to do, mark this as completed. Then come back here as the active. Let's go here. Say they did what they needed. I marked this as complete. Come back here to my task. Now I should be able to complete it. Here it is. Submit that. So now, all right, I need to fix that. Should have updated my state immediately, but it did not. Here's what I'm gonna do. All right, so that got marked again. Let's go to view. This changed the task. All right, let's keep these changes. So basically I need this to, when I submit this, what was happening was this wasn't getting changed to state until I navigated somewhere else to reload it. So I needed to do that in real time. So it should check that and rewire things to automatically update all the states in the project. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. So that here. So on this function, basically, it's forcing revalidation if the task is project completion. Same here. Same here. So let's run that type check. All right. Refresh this. Now, when I submit this, it should. Oh, exactly what I wanted. So now I come here. Same. Okay, so I need to check the other routes. So again, submit it. See, pending, but there was a flicker that needs to be fixed on this one. again. Request. And review. No, if I do this from the task route and I go complete task, submit it again, there's a flicker. So, all right. It works. It just needs to get rid of that flicker. Can you The one thing I've noticed when using like Chatcn, I think it's kind of its radix dependency that causes this a lot. But if you're dealing with like some dynamic views and just data and stuff like that, where things are getting revalidated and real time updates, there tends to be a lot of small little flickers that can happen, especially with dialogues. And a lot of times that I found how to fix that is basically just keep it open, because what it likes to do once you click submit or whatever, it auto closes it. But then while it revalidates, it gets kind of caught in a loop where it reopens really quickly and then closes again, which causes a kind of quick little flicker. And the way I found best to kind of handle that is literally just to force it to stay open until all other actions completed and then close it. It's like a very tiny difference in time that you really won't notice, but you won't get those flickers anymore. But it seems to be something with Shadcn, and it's like radix dependencies for whatever reason. Right here, if transitioning, if it's transitioning still, do nothing. Then you can close. All right, so that should, here's what I'm saying, right? Where am I? Right here. This on open change guard basically is basically something I've had to do on almost all my dialogues when I work with any like kind of complex app to prevent this flicker. It's basically saying if it's like in the middle of completing actions, do not close it. So let's try this again. So review. Go back to submit. Refresh. Okay, let's go to complete. Nope, still there. All right, so I need to tell it that did. So that didn't fix it, but if I explicitly tell it to keep it open, it typically does the job. So basically you're setting the state right here. So this is the state. Basically, when I call this function, this is just to handle transitioning and updating the task and the statuses. Basically, you're setting this to transitioning, and then you run all of these things. So basically, what's supposed to happen is when everything is fully finished, it should be false, but for whatever reason, it's getting caught within this flow. So here it created a whole another function basically saying should wait for project sync after submission. revalidator. If it's not idle, don't do anything. And if it's not pending completion, don't do anything. Otherwise, then you can close it and set this. All right, so this is just a little effect to create it. We'll check that. If should wait for project after sync. I don't know if that fixed it. Let's try. Let's try it. View. All right, so that worked on this task route. So as you can see, there was kind of a slight, I wouldn't say lag, but it literally waited until everything completed and then it finally closed. That's kind of the behavior I found that I've had to do. And it's going to reapply that same change to all of my task and task. So that's pretty much the behavior I want. Let's try this again. So I made those changes. Let's just see. Now when I come this complete and I submit, it should stay open during the whole process. Let's see. Yeah, so that fixed it. And let's try this again on my task route. As you can see, resubmitted. Let's go here. Well, first let's go to view. Okay, let's go to task. Now when I submit from here, it should do the same thing. Done. All right, that fixed that issue. Now I need to test out actual completion. So let's go here. All right, so this is basically saying here, this is the state I want. It's pending completion, and it's pending completion based on this project completion approval. Let's go ahead and go here. Let me change that date time real quick. All right, so I already have this label, but I want to have it be by hours. Can and if it's show all right, so basically it's going to take this calculation right here and right now it's showing my time in days and hours remaining. I really just needed to show hours remaining. So it's going to refactor this, which it did. So it should be remaining millisecond. Let's say basically if it's less than an hour, it's going to take these minutes sealing and then return the minutes, which is just basically, this is just rounding it up, and then minutes remaining, and then same thing for hours remaining. Cool. All right, so now when I refresh, it should see. All right, so you see 40 hours remaining. So basically, if they don't approve this project completion within 40 hours, which is what it's calculating, it will just auto complete this project and close it out. So then clients can no longer ask for anything extra. There's no more messaging. It basically keeps it frozen in state as completion. So that's exactly what I want. So when I come here and let's go to approve, cool, it marked my project as completed. When I come here, that's completed. I should not be able to, oh, so I gotta guard that. All right. So I need to add guards. So you should not be able to add any more messages once a project is officially completed. Let's check this from the other side. All right, so it says completed. Come here. This works because I cannot add notes or create tasks, but again, I need to guard my messaging. Let's check this out. Let's go to read only. So yeah. All right. Create this new status. Completed. All right, so I don't need to ask for refactor, so I'm just gonna do this. So it's is pinning. And then all right, so I need to add this guard here, basically preventing any actions right here. Can't delete a message, can't update any task. Some bookmarks here. Here's my message. Again, can't send any messages if it's any of these states. Or else. let's focus. Sorry, I need to update that. All right, so then add this little block right here. In fact, let's just copy this. But instead, let's call it is project completed. Add that guard here. All right, so that should have guarded it. So if I come back here, this project is completed, messages are read only. But let's change that color. All right, so I need to add one more guard. So this is the actual server action. Need to add those guards here. One more guard. And it's completed. This project's complete. Messaging is read only. All right, this should be good. Let's change this color though. Let's go to come here. All right, this project is completed. Message is read only. So when I come here, I can no longer send messages. Cool. All right, I need to guard these actions. All right, so instead of going through every single spot and adding guards as needed, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell my agent to find all the areas where guards need to be in place. So let's see. Basically, I'm going to tell it right now is go through my projects, find all places, and fill in the gaps where guards need to be in place. Like certain actions shouldn't be able to be completed once the project is marked as completed. So that's what I'm going to tell it to do. Projects, messages, notes, tasks. Shouldn't be completed once the status complete. Also hide the note, create task, project buttons on projects, hide the All right, so basically what I told it is go find and basically fill in all the gaps that I probably have missed and guard actions from being completed either on both in the UI and in the backend servers. So notes shouldn't be able to be made once the project is marked as completed. Tasks shouldn't be able to be made, and task settings. So basically, it should hide all of these buttons. So it'll come in here and it'll hide all of these buttons completely because I don't think it makes sense to even show them. It's going to remove these drop down menu items and it's going to add some server guards so that somebody can't programmatically add things to a project once it's been completed. It's definitely going to add some things to my server. So let's see. Okay, so all of these functions right here should be guarded. I think there is some basic guarding already in place, but it should go ahead and add those explicitly. And yeah, so in my right here, so adding some guards right here in my API, so you cannot even call it if somebody tried to hack into or somebody did hack into my site, they can't programmatically add it. Basically saying if my project status is completed and the intent is any of these, stop it basically. Same in my notes. If completed, it's any of these, create, edit, delete, block that. Again, here in my actions, basically if status is complete, messaging is read only. Where else? I already added here, but they'll fix that. Same with my task API. Project note items. Let's see. All right, so this should be hiding all the drop-down menu items. Same hiding buttons. Passing it down as a prop to my component. Right here. This is my button, so it should be hiding this button right here. Passing it down as a prop to my task timeline card, which, yeah, basically telling it if it's read only. See my layout. All right, so basically saying only show this button if it's not completed. Same, basically just going in there and hiding all my buttons and UI elements that I told it to hide, and then added some backend guards in my server and some of my actions. So I removed some of my guards I had and just put them down here. It's just fine. All right, so now when I go back and refresh this, boom, as you can see, all the buttons are hidden. You don't see any action buttons at all, which does a lot of work already. But if I come Here, this project is completed. Messages are read only. And then, yeah, all these buttons are, that's weird. I need to fix that. Um, so it should hide all of these kind of action buttons here. But overall, you can view tasks. You can still have full history of everything that has happened. You just won't be able to actually do any further actions once it's completed, which makes sense. Cool. So now let's come here. Actually want to change ever. All right, that's cool. So this project is completed. Messages are read only. I should also disable the links, so you shouldn't be able to like get back to. Yeah, I'm gonna disable these links. So let's do that. So which is it? It is link preview. Here, reload. All right, so links are disabled. All right, cool. So basically, I added guards and scoped the entire project completion flow, and pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with everything flows pretty nicely. If I come in here, all right, as a client, I can always have access to this. See my other projects, no task, obviously. See my timeline, I can see the event of everything that's happened. Even though it's completed, I still get full access to it. So I can see the task, I can see everything that's been done. Cool, I can see details, all that goodness. Task event timeline. All right, so I can still have access, but I just can't complete any action, which is exactly what I wanted to happen. Need to add some guards here. You shouldn't see that. Okay, let's add some guards there. All right, so here's the card. Created that. Here's my title. Task that assignee. Okay. And cool. Can't see, but okay. Log out. Log in. All right, so I want to add the picture of the basically assigning basically the project task lead of this. So let's go add that. Close you. This is what I want. Let's go here. This one is back to task. Let's change that. Let's go to max. What am I making? Mess that few times, but I'm making a project, basically, essentially a project management app, kind of web app that you can basically, as a freelancer or a small business or whatever, can take a client and basically get them onboarded and take them through whatever kind of project or thing that you're working on. You can message, you can assign tasks to them, tasks can be completed, you can basically track everything all in one timeline and basically be able to take a client from start to finish all in one place and manage multiple clients from that workspace. Badge. This one's actions. I think put it right here. copy this. Actually, that's not a bad idea. He said that's cool. I should add OBS overlay as quick project product description so I don't have to say it 100 times. That is actually not a bad suggestion. I might actually have to do that like in big bold letters. This is what I'm building today. Because I have said it like multiple times. But yeah, I mean I ain't mad at it. Like I'm always cool and down to explain exactly what I'm doing, but that is what I'm building. But that is a good suggestion. I might have to think about that. Um, all right, so let's try that. Cool. So when I come here, task is there. Let's change this to large, let's say. Cool. So this is the task assignee. This is in charge of the task. Cool. Now let's say I remove this, unassign it. Cool. Now let's go back. Works. Now let's make sure the client can't see that. Am I using a UI library? Yeah, I use pretty much I use Shatsian for all of the anything I'm prototyping or scaffolding. I pretty much just go to Shatsian. It does a really good job of getting a solid kind of foundation in terms of like cards and elements. It has a I would say pretty extensive library to pretty much do everything you want. And then obviously I go in and edit everything that I need to my liking, but it gives you a very good like standard starting point. Yeah, I would say Chat CN is pretty much the go-to for most people. It's just easy. It's literally so easy. I'm a very like design first visual person, so if I can't really see exactly what if I have something in my mind and I can't see how I want to look, it's like a little bit harder for me to program it. But
Yeah.
if I can see it and I know exactly what I want, like and it looks how I want, yeah, I can kind of get to it. Appreciate the follow, Mr. Steven. Let's see. All right, so you can't see who's the signee. That's exactly what I wanted. I also find it super flexible. Shatsian is super flexible. Like it has all those things already kind of out the box, but it's so easy to go in and customize everything to exactly what you need. Since it basically just uses Tailwind. So if you're good at Tailwind, Shatsian I would say is the way to go. All right, that looks good. Now let's do something. So it's still pending. View task, pending. Now as a client, I go back. It's in my workspace. It's in my task. All right, cool. Now let's test. Let's create another invitation. Members. Test at email.com. Make you an admin. Go to my postmark. All right, so here's my invitations. It's still working. It as admin, reset, rogue. In fact, let's go here. You've been invited. All right, cool. Can either accept and create account. Jane locked as it should be. Cool. Sign up. Join workspace successfully. Cool. So I can join and invite people quickly. Let's go here. What needs to be done? Cool. Now you have access to all that. Now I go my dashboard. Create my own workspace. Cool. Create. Awesome. I want to invite somebody who's already registered, as well as admin. Send. Now, cool. Now I got the switcher. Let's go here. The admin, I can change your role. Cool. That's exactly what I want. All right, cool. Now, let's go to log out. Cool. Here's my invitations. You accept this. Invite as admin expires. Let's change that layout. Get my active task, my invitations. Let's put you. All right, let's swap you. All right, it's better. So you see your task and you see your projects immediately. Here's my invitations, my workspaces, and then I have here. Now let's go accept this. Invitation accepted. I'm in here. I can switch my active one. It should be active. All right. Okay, that's smooth enough. All right, this is too big, so I want to lock this down to about half the screen size. I have a scrolling list, and then I need to make some routes to access all your projects in one go. Before that, let's go to here. All right. Everything's close, very close, very, very close. Last thing I need to do right now for to complete projects is cancellations. I have this project going, and this is in review. But if I cancel this project, it needs to all right, so cancel project. All right, so that's also what I need to update. All right, so I need to update this. I had already set up for my completed projects that basically everything becomes read-only. All these buttons disappear, all interactions end. I need to do the same thing for completed or canceled projects. So I'm gonna just tell it to redo the same thing. Okay. because I already had that done, it should be able to just basically add on to what it did and also include the status of canceled, not just completed. Be my actions. Let me see. All right, so here's my loader. Here's my actions. It should... Here it is. So I have some guards already placed for project completed. So I think my actions, my server actions already have guards in place for when it is canceled, but I need to change and hide some UI elements. I don't want to go through and find every single spot where it needs to be added, so I'm just going to let my agent go ahead and do that. So basically what you should be doing is removing these buttons and removing these drop down elements. You shouldn't even be able to see it. And then it's going to also add it for my task. I don't have it in this one, but this one, basically, it should hide all of this. And the next thing I need to do is once I cancel project, which already works, but cancel project should automatically mark all tasks as canceled that are not already completed. And then do the same thing. It will automatically hide all these elements and lock it down. All right, that's the last thing I need. Scope actions, email change. Skeleton loaders, time zone selector. All right, let's see what it did. Okay, added discard right here on edit. Also here, project completed. All right, added these cards right here. All right, so basically I already had it already set up for project completed. So just went back in and added in addition the status of canceled. So it should apply the same things. It's project read only. Okay. This is what I would do. Just create a variable and keep those states in it and then just call that. This project canceled, this project completed, passed down. All right, so once I go back and I go to projects canceled, all the buttons are hidden, so no more interactions with anything on here. It reads messages, read only. All right, so that's guarded. So I need to handle deletion. So I don't think it's wired up, but I'm gonna tell it to check. When a project is transitioned to canceled, it also needs to canceled where task excluding tasks that are already completed. So now basically what I have to do is, since project cancellation works already, what I needed to do though, safeguarding, is when there is a, so let's say you already did some work, but you realize halfway through you need to cancel this project. The best way to do that is, if you're going to cancel it, it's going to remove access for the client, not access, but the client can no longer add requests or messages. You can't add tasks, but it also needs to go ahead and not only transition the project to a canceled state, but also transition all pending tasks to a canceled state. Hey, appreciate the follow. So I think, let's just check. All right, so here's what it did. Check this out. This is, where is this? All right. So basically updated my action right here in my layout, my project layout, which is the intent of cancel project. I already had a bunch of this already set up. So now it's just adding another database update. Basically, it's finding my project task and it's setting the status to canceled, and where it's going to look for obviously tasks that are in the same project that aren't deleted, and where the status is equal to any of these, anything but completed basically. So then once it's going to take all project tasks in my database that are not of any of these statuses and that are of this actual project and aren't deleted, go ahead and set that status to cancel. So it's pretty straightforward. And same here. Which one is this? This is, all right. No, that's not right. All right, let me figure out what this one is. All right, so basically, if I'm requesting the status of canceled, you're going to update again here. Requested status. What is my requested status? Okay, so here it says it's added my task cascade cancellation in the direct, when I directly cancel, and it's also adding it in the generic status transition flow when it becomes canceled for other reasons. So, all right, that works. It's just adding that. So let's try this out. So when I come here, refresh this, there is still an open task, but I want to cancel this right away. Don't need to go in here and cancel anything. Just go settings, cancel project, confirm cancel. Should have worked, but let's see. So it did work, but I need to fix that. For whatever reason, it's not getting it's not reading the response typically right from my API. So it didn't give me the success, and it didn't update my live kind of status, but it did actually go through on the back end. So I know that there's some reason it's not reading the response from my API because it went through. This project is canceled, message read only. All my, actions are basically been removed. This task that was still technically in review got automatically marked as canceled. And that's because you want to have a history. So like, again, if you're working with the client should be able to come back and see this, or also for yourself, because you might have some legal matters where you need to have a kind of history of everything that's happened between you and the client. You still have all of that present, even though it is canceled. So if you come here, you can still see it's right here. It's in the canceled. It's in the task, but it's still canceled. Let's go to here. Onboarding. Make sure that's right. Huh. Actually, no. It should be in here, but it's not. Oh, I know why. So this task route is only showing you tasks from basically active projects. I need to go fix that too. Haitham I mean, let me see. I don't want to mess up your name, man. It says Haitham Muhammad. I believe that's what it says. Your brother looks like you're really good at this. How did you learn? You started. I've been having trouble advancing in Python. Um, I've said this a couple times, but I will say this again. It's basically been like a lifelong journey for me. I've always been interested in development and programming and computer engineering. Like computer engineering was my first degree in college until I decided not going to work with my obviously basketball schedule and just wanting to have and live a fun college experience. But I was still always dabbling. I was pretty much self-taught with like Ruby on Rails and a little bit of JavaScript early on. But over the last, I would say, year to 2 years, I've fully gone full steam ahead, like focused completely on becoming a developer and being able to build apps and build websites and things like that. And the way that I learned, obviously everybody's a little bit different, but I did free code camp. So I got all my kind of really basics in understanding how to approach programming and how to read code and how to read what something is doing from free code camp, which was a very, very strong kind of foundation for me. And then I basically just started doing some YouTube tutorials and whatnot, but I quickly fell off of those after like less than a month of doing that. And then I just basically figured out what apps that I personally want to build and think of the hardest ones, and then just went for it with like Stack Overflow, which is what I used to use back in the day, and with the assistance of all these forums and Discord and AI agents at your help whenever you need to learn something or need to understand something. I basically just went for it, and then the more you do it, the better you get. Like if you would checked in with me even a few months ago, like I would not have been this understanding about what is happening in my code base. But the more you do it, which is pretty much every day for me, you just get infinitely better. And there's still so much more room for me to grow. But yeah, if you need to understand something, like I think free code camp gives you a very good foundation of like how to start getting really good and like understanding, but you won't not be able to understand full systems until you just start building something. So let me check this. Let me know if that answered your question, and let me know that I didn't butcher your name, but I try not to. So here's my loader. Acquire access list project test. So why is it not showing? Interesting. It's not canceled. This is a note. Go to my notes. It's no longer in there as well. All right, so let's check that. This project notes. Let's check that.
Yeah.
Ox, man, appreciate this help. Cursor date. All right, so saying find many project notes where the project ID equals the project and it's not deleted. Finding the reference type. Grab an author, assignee, reference message. Okay, I understand that. Should just be fine in all my. Appreciate you, brother. That did help a lot. You didn't butcher my name. I appreciate that. I tried. I tried. But yeah, hey, keep up the streams. I've been trying to find someone that does this. Man, I appreciate you tuning in. But I do this pretty much. I mean, honestly, I've done the last 3 days in a row, but this is something I plan on doing much more. Um, Live coding, obviously, there's a lot of people that it helps, but it also helps me just being able to understand what I'm looking at and doing to other people. I think the more you can explain to somebody what you're doing, basically means the more you understand what's happening. So I appreciate you tuning in. And I believe Free Code Camp has a Python course, if I remember correctly. They do. They have a whole Python course. I haven't done it personally, and that is something I do plan on kind of tapping to down the line. But overall, they do a pretty good job of teaching best practices and just how to understand like industry standard coding and programming basics. And then from there, you just got to kind of go out there and learn because one thing they do not teach you is how to work with APIs, how to work with servers, how to host something on VPS, how to work with the backend. Like, there's a lot of things that you're just gonna have to kind of learn as you go. Kind of not mad that it doesn't show. It should be showing all my notes. I don't know why it's not though. Because if I go to my projects, so add notes. Let's see. 2 notes here. 2 notes here. That's a good question. Oh, I know why. All right, so I'm actually not mad at my flow right now. So it's only showing notes of basically active projects, which makes sense. Um, but task, I think task is doing the same thing. Yeah, that's exactly all right. I found it. I found it. I was like, I'm tripping. I was looking at the wrong route. So this is on my task rows from project task, and I'm joining it to my project table, so I can find only tasks where project status is active. All right, that makes sense. I'm tripping. bet you my notes is set up the same way. Yeah, seeing projects active. All right, cool. Sometimes when you be building a lot and you got a lot of codes, bro, you be forgetting what the hell you did before. That was like months ago. All right, so he has no active, so it became inactive, completed, and canceled. Canceled. He says one active, so let's create one more project, right? So let's go. Let's say business consulting. Let's assign a new lead. Let's go to my tried and true Tang Lorem Ipsum. Nope, we already have you. So let's add my client, already an existing one. Let's go to Arnold, create project. Oh, one last thing I need to fix. And fix this where it properly updates the state. All right, so let's try this again. So I invited, created a project. Still pending, but let's add some. Let's work. Create my first task. Yeah. Go to Google standard. Shit. You said you gotta go to bed at 3 a.m. Yeah, man. Go ahead, get some sleep. That's late. It's it's barely 4 o'clock over here, but appreciate you joining. And I should start recording these projects. Well, I mean, if you check out my YouTube, I'm pretty sure all my live streams get saved onto there. I don't show every single step along the process, but I mean, I do give a pretty good overview of what I'm doing. And then yeah, so head over to YouTube if you want to see my channel over there at I think it's at IMD Hunt. It should have all my past recordings of when I was going live. But again, appreciate you for tuning in. All right, let's try this again. Create a task. Tell us about your business. No link. Let's assign. And then let's say update client details with this info. Standard, create that task. business assets. These files to this drive, and this will have a link. Check the drive to see all of the create that task as well. Cool. So now let's double check this. Let's go sign in. Let's go. All right. So here I have a pending project as a client. I also still have this one, and it also has another pending task that needs to be done, but we can come back to it later. Come here. This is a new pending one. I can't just automatically jump in. I need to either start it or decide to cancel. So let's start it. It's marked as active. You can see what needs to be done. Let's go view task. Tell us about your business. Let's go here. Let's go. Here. Complete the task. It's marked for interview. Cool. Now let's complete this other task. Right. Complete it. Go out. All right, let's go here. Here's what needs to be done. Let's go here. This update client details with this info. Okay, I read whatever it is. Say I want to update this client with those details. So let's go here. Let's go to manage. Where's that button? No, let's go here. Manage client. There it is. What do they have so far? All right, they just have links. No, let's edit this client. Let's add some details. Let's pick their industry. Say business services, right? They're from Mexico. And then whatever. Here's their website. Save that. So I updated it. Here's the client details. Okay, let's go back into that. Let's see the task. Since I updated it, let's go mark as complete. Let's check this task. No. Check this task. It says check the drive. So let's go on link. I'll go to link, check the drive, make sure it's all there. Mark is completed. Go back. Cool. So then as all right, go to my workspace. As you can see, he's active with 2 projects. Let's say I reviewed everything and I was like, actually, this isn't going to work for us. We can't work with you for whatever reason. So we'll go here and cancel. That worked. Cool. Product is canceled. Messages are read only. All these actions are done. Need to fix that flicker, so I'm gonna tell it to so cancellation works. Let's say I want to go see him, right? Let's go here. Let's go to manage client. Still active. That's what I want to say. He's still active because he does have one still active. All right, cool. Fix that. Mark that off. That's complete. All right, so then let's go back in as this client. Let's finish this project. Let's go here. Start this task, and let's complete it. Let's log out. Let's go here. Review it. Mark is complete. Cool. All right, let's scope this. Submit for completion. Sure it's done. Let's go here. It's not right. Oh, I know I can't do that because it's not. All right, smart. This complete. Looks good. Let me improve it. Now let's go back to my dashboard. It's completed. Cool. All right, so pretty much my project flow is rock solid. I think at this point, I just need to clean some little minor things up. I need to do some need to handle user deletions and client editing, but overall, the general flow of this is pretty much locked in. Let's see. Completed. Let's go to workspace. No active projects, no active clients, no active tasks. That's exactly what I want to see. See all my past ones. I'm gonna add a filter here, and I need to wire search. Same with task. Notes. Let's see. So that's it. All inactive. All right. Yeah. Generally, the flow is pretty rock solid, I'd say. Cool. Well, that's what I need to do. All right, so I need to wire up client and user editing. So as of my setup right now, clients are separate from users, but they are tied with a foreign key. Whereas, client has a user ID that matches a user ID. So once they get an invitation, that's basically how my whole sign up flow is. Once they get the invitation and they accept it, it finds the client email, makes sure it matches the email entered, and then it takes whatever user ID gets created once their account is created and basically adds that to the table in my client so that those are basically linked one-to-one. But that also opens some things up I need to kind of consider. So there's basically two separate tables of information. Client information is only for obviously workspaces. I don't think clients should be able to see any of this. This is just for internal use. But when you update a client, like a name, so to say, it shouldn't necessarily update the client name also. And if I change the email, but that should, if I change a client email or client updates their email, that should automatically update their email with whatever client table they're in as well. So let's figure that out. Go to settings. Let's say I want to change my name. They were wrong. Arnie instead, right? Let's go to save changes. Go here. Still, all right, cool. So it didn't update what is known as the client name, but that should only be workspace focused. So because as a workspace or an organization or business, whatever, you might have a name for a client that is just for you for referencing. They shouldn't see that. They should only see the name that they have in their preferred settings. So let's go ahead and fix that. Client name. It's let's do this. Let's change that bookmark to all right, so this is what it needs to be. So let's do it like this. Session user. Here's user. All right, so basically what I'm gonna have to do is I need to check the session user and get their role. And if they are a client, I think I already have that set up. Let me see. Yeah, I do. So is client. Okay, so let's do that. Is client. Then otherwise. No, I'm tripping. That should be an avatar. That's what I'm missing. All right, so let's do it like this. So let's go is client. Just double check that. Cannot find this guy. Oh shit. All right. right, so I'm returning this role. All right, so it's role. I'm tripping. The client name is going to be. All right, so that's right. All right, so that's going to be session. All right, cool. So basically, if you are a client and you're logged in, you should see the name that you kind of preferred for your actual user account. But if you are logged in as the actual workspace, let's check that. Yeah. Come back here. Let's go here. Cool. That's the client name that I referenced for my client. So I should see the name that I have because I might name you something else. But if you're a client, you should see your name. Um, Otis, what's the app about? Basically, it's just a project management app that is able to, if you're a freelancer or you're a business or small business or whatever, and you work with clients on a regular, this is basically a way to take them through a whole process of completing a project, basically. So you would be able to onboard them, get information from them, complete tasks all like in one place. So basically, like this, for example, this is the timeline. You message, you have tasks for the client to complete, to review, to approve, basically anything to get a contract, job, whatever done, particularly for freelancers. And then as a client, you come here and you can have multiple, projects with different people and get everything you need done there. But that is it. Let's see. All right, so that also needs to be fixed with my, let's say, for example, change this picture. Let's just say they change their picture. Great idea. I appreciate it, man. Basically, it's something I've built for myself, but I plan on like having it publicly available for other people out there, other freelancers, other businesses. It's probably my least favorite part of being a freelancer is the project management and client management. It can get very messy if you're just doing it through emails, or and I don't want to have to learn all these kind of complicated systems with Notion and all these other things that you tie into. This is pretty straightforward. So yeah, that's pretty much been my inspiration for it. Working with other people, it's some people don't have systems, and I think this is a good way to just have it handled pretty much all in one. All right, so this needs to be updated. Also, that needs to be fixed. So the image gets jacked up. Let me see. I thought it cropped, but it doesn't crop it. It's like literally squeezing the image to. So I need to fix that. All right, let's go here. layout. This one should be. All right, so here's the avatar. This should be this. Perfect. Let's see here. Yeah, my other bookmark. All right, that's annoying. All right, let's go here. You should always have a name, so let's remove that. All right, someone tell me to do this part. Here. Place this with project clients avatar if they have one. Check out my clients route. So it should be, let me see. Let's go here, log out. All right, it's in there. Let's go here. It needs to be there too. So let's go. Client that name. All right, so and avatar and place that. All right, so it says it doesn't have image, so it's got to be my loader. Let me see. Equals. There it is. All right. Um, no, it's not here. With mystery. It should work. Where is it? Let's try this. Okay, so with user, project, client, the user, image, await, result. All right, and then you. Here it is. With the user with columns. That's what I'm missing. I was right the first time. True. And I need. Oops, you should have resolved it. Client, oh wait, we're putting a column with user involved image. Then I should grab. Still a nice project. I don't know why it's not working then. All right, let's do this. Sorry, what? Where did that come from? All right, that fixed that. I got the image. But I need to fix this error. I thought this would have fixed it. So basically, I pulled my client from my database. This is all Drizzle kind of logic. And I thought I added the image column, which I think I did right here. Wait, where to go? Yeah, so I probably added the image column to my client column. Basically, it's doing like a join, so I can grab my user column with just this specific field. But I guess I wasn't resolving my image. This is basically a function that I need to do because I'm storing my image on a Superbase database. So I have to resolve this image, which basically is what it's telling it is read the URL signature aligned with it to make sure that I'm getting the actual right image. So it's just like a whole complicated system behind it because my images are not stored directly in my database, but in a bucket. I guess I didn't do that properly, so still learning that part of it. So client.user, all right, cool. So if I go back, all right, there it is. Let's fix that. That should be a flex, and let's go item center. Give it a gap of, let's say 1 right now. Maybe 2. Go to, let's move this. Let's go size equals extra large. Cool. Now if I come back, all right, so grab the image and name properly. There we go. Might actually decrease the size of it. Let's go. Right. Image is here. I see it as his name, but if I come back and log out as a client, I should see the name that I specified. If I come in here, yeah, I see my name that I specified, but as a business, I see the client name that I specified. So keeps those separated. Next thing I need to work out is emails. So if I update my client email on my user account, well, if I update my email on my user account, it should also then propagate that change to my client accounts for however many workspaces I'm a part of or projects I'm a part of. It should automatically update those because if I get sent another invitation based on the email, it still needs to come to this user account instead of creating a new user account for every client. So that's one thing I got to figure out. Let's keep those changes. I also need to figure out why my images are getting squeezed instead of cropped. So let's go image compression. Target width. There bitmap. Create image bitmap. My max dimensions, there's 512. All right, so I think I know why. So let's tell it to fix it. It's hard to tell, but I can tell you right now that it's not correct. Let's go. Oh, actually, dang. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I thought it was warping. I'll show you. So I thought it was warping my image. As you can, it's hard to tell, but let's see if I can zoom in. This is squeezed. It's warped. And I thought it was because of the way my image compression is working, but actually, by opening the image, a new page is correct. So I guess what's happening is when it's being displayed, it's being forced into this shape that is not. So I need to go fix that. Um, Go to my client details card. Um, Here's my avatar. Oh, I know why. Try that again. Nope. All right, so I think my avatar is actually warping things. Let me see. All right. All right, that was it. I figured that's what I was doing. So right here, um, this is using a ShadCN component, an avatar component. It already forces an aspect square. So if a user used a kind of rectangle image, it would kind of warp it into this weird looking shape just to kind of feel that. So I prefer always, pretty much with images, always to do object cover if I can, and then I'll just center it. So that basically should have fixed my issues. Let's check that. Yeah, all right. Much better. That was the issue. Wasn't compression, it was the way that ShadCN components sometimes do some weird things. I've also noticed that with agents, especially with like avatars, they always put these class names and force these sizes into them. But if you're using a ShadCN component, they already have sizes defined for them. So like you kind of have to go in sometimes and fix those mistakes because it will make some weird things happen. You already have sizes, which you can also define your own right here, which I did. There's XL. So that's how you should properly handle avatars, not like how they do it, which is they force all these class names onto it. Make sure. Let's see, notes. Note item. Cool. Let's go to layout. Let's go to avatar. Small. Large. Cool. All right, I'm just properly checking that my components are using the right avatar sizing. Test timeline. Like right here. So ShadCN sometimes forces this class sizing to it. You should not do that. You should just go ahead and stick to size attribute if you can. Cool. All right, I think that cleaned it up. All right. Now I need to actually grab the actual avatar and place that in my project. Messages. Let's remove this. Remove this. All right, so into my server backend, this is just again resolving what I'm getting back from Superbase. That's all the same. This is new. Image, oh wait, resolve image URL. Cool. Now it should have been. Now when I view my timeline, it should have the actual images. Yep. Cool. Okay, so I need to. So next I want to clean up this timeline. So all my messages should be on the right side. All other messages should be on the left side. And need to fix how infinite loading works. Let's just go ahead and do that. Fucking mosquitoes, bro. Um, All right, so basically what I'm trying to do right now is basically what I'm doing is right now as I'm signed in, well, you can see it happen in real time. Basically, I'm shifting all my messages of the current should be on the right side and all others should be on the left. But if I am an organization member, um, all organization members messages should be on the same side. So if somebody else came in here that was part of this workspace, it should still be on that same side. So let's fix that. That worked. And I want to actually update how that looks. Let's see. All right, so I added a gradient. It should be BG linear. And should actually be lighter. Let's go. All right, so now let's check this visually. Update it so it can be a little bit cleaner. Let's adjust that. What else that is pretty clean? Let's try this. Let's go. Let's make it a little bit darker. Let's go. Maybe too dark. Date time. Blah blah blah. Okay. another project. Let's call it product mockup. Not assign a lead. Description, and then let's reuse. Let's get to learn. Let's try here. Let's go. Update that. All right. And let's say I want to add a task. Upload product or tell us. Tell us the product. Create this right now. Let's log in as client. Maybe. No, it's client one. Boom. Tell us the product specs. All right. To see this, let's start it. All right, now I can see it. Cool. Start it. Let's see. Just some bullshit. Go here. Let's go timeline. Root. All right, lines up perfectly. Let's do this. Let's remove this reply button. Add notes, cool. Delete, add notes. All right, that's all there. Be sure to respond back. Oh shit, let's fix that. I want to fix that. I don't want it to be message anyway. Message and message note the target body. Let's italic U and let's line clamp back. All right, cool. Here's the actual message. Add here, can't do that. See what you've done. Now let's fix that. Let's go. I don't like that. Let's go here. Keep the line clamp. Add a span instead. Well, just do it like this. Let's add a span, and let's only italic this. Let's add another span here. And let's give you a font of medium. Let's go back. Better. I'll probably remove the medium though. Let's see. Yeah, I like that. Line clamp it so it doesn't get too big, only 2 lines, and you just know what you're kind of getting a reference to. And let's assign this to. Who knows not band right now? Assign this to Jane Doe. To select the message. All right, cool. Now come here. Here's the note. Here's the message I'm referencing, and then here's a note. All right, cool. Edit, copy. Wait, when did I edit it? It's weird because I did not edit that. All right, found a bug I need to fix. All right, let's try that again. It's definitely not edited. All right. Note that updated that, and note that updated does not equals. That's what should be. Should be resolving, but I don't know why it's not. Let's figure this out. So note that updated at, and the note does not equal created at, but it does equal created at. Why is this not working? All right, so let's see. This isn't properly. Notes that are edited. It's applying to the new notes as well. Then I need to fix this format date-time title. It should be format date time. All right, so created a function or a variable called isEdited, which actually is a function. And it's checking if it's not updated, created at milliseconds ago. Update that. All right, so I think what was happening is because I was formatting my created at that time, and it was grabbing it even these millisecond differences. So that should fix it. Let's go. Let's check my utilities. This needs to be updated. Need this to be more granular. Items should say so basically I told my agent like I don't really enjoy handling date and time formats, so I always tell it to just go ahead and do it for me. And basically what I'm telling you is to get more granular because new posts are showing less than an hour ago when it should be saying like a few seconds ago, a few minutes ago, etc., etc. And then eventually it'll hit that. So like I said, so it's gonna say a few seconds ago if it's just created over like less than 5 minutes, it's gonna be a few minutes ago, less than 45, and it's gonna be the same however many minutes ago, and then less than 60, but more than 45 is gonna be less than an hour ago, and then so on and so on. And then it's just gonna resolve to my normal date. So let's check that. And as you can see, the edited is gone, and then it's a few minutes ago. Let's say I do edit it. Let's make sure it still fires properly. All right, and then it actually grabs my edits. All right, so I fixed those problems. Get back to Mesa a few minutes ago. Edit. This is, I assigned it to a member. Basically, it's going to, when I wire up notifications, so it will send that member a notifications that, hey, I left you a note. Go check it out. All right, cool. Now, all right, that was happening. So when I was deleting this note, it was redirecting me back to this note route, but it did not revalidate. So the note was still showing. All right, let's fix that. It should basically just add a revalidation call after. I'll just show you. Let's see. Go to notes. Should be something like handle delete. Which, okay, it's being passed down to my project note item. So let's go to project item. On delete, that's what it is. All right. It's gonna be question. Where is it? Hey, on delete. It should be. Almost sure. So here's my on delete. That's the state of it's deleting, so it knows basically when it's finished deleting. Created a new variable that handles this function on delete node, which is probably for my server or API if I remember correctly, which it is. And then if it's deleted, it navigates correctly to my notes route, but it wasn't revalidating my actual notes route. So let's check that. So okay, so it grabs my last deleted node ID. So when I delete it, it knows exactly which one it is being deleted. So then it can update my state and I get the actual UI that I should be expecting. Yeah. So sets notes previous and it filters out that deleted node ID, which is passed down from my layout. It creates a state where, yeah, so here. So here's the function handle delete note. It calls API, deletes everything, creates a toast that says success. It sets that list and filters it, but then it also sets this slash deleted node ID in the state. So basically my front end can know which node is actually being deleted, so it doesn't continue to show that in the UI. That should have fixed it. Let's check that out. Come here, let's refresh, delete. Boom, redirect me to my notes route, and it's gone because it knows exactly which ID it was. So I needed to set that ID when I deleted it. So that's all. All right, it's done. Do want this. Okay, so all that's done. Test, messaging's good. All right, I mean, my core functionality for my projects is pretty much done. I will update some things visually. I do want to update this selector to make it more. Let's update this right here. So what I want to do. Let's update that selector. Let's go. Enter. Should be here. It's greater than 0, greater than 1. It's this, otherwise it's this. Okay, so button variant. Let's go default. Cool. All right, that's better visually. Here, means target. Let's go. I don't want to update this though. All right, let's see. Here's what I'm gonna do. create a let's see. Here's the outer workspace label. Let's go. All right, let's do this. Let's go. All right, that's not the worst. Let's see. Don't like that. Let's go. There's padding. Faces. Okay. Here to R. Let's change this to brand. Kind of like that color, that little gradient. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that, but I think it stands out. Basically, your home base. Let's do this. Might reuse one of my old buttons. Let me see. This gradient. This. Let's see. Leave it for now. But here, let's go refresh. It's not flipping. I'll do that for now. Coding is dead. Pack it up. Cool, bro. Cool story. Uh, If you take a basic programming course in college, that's according to, hey, I don't care. I really don't care. If it's dead, then why do you care? Like, imagine caring so much that you go on so much chat and actually comment. I can tell you're a loser. Don't pull out a gun, big dog. Good troll. Sorry, had to block that dude. I hate trolls. They're just losers, bro. Like, dead ass. Clearly don't got a job. Still out here in the middle of the day. Trying to troll people. It's kind of like, kind of sad, bro. All right. Switch that. Switch that. All right. It needs to close though. Let's update that. This needs to trigger. Um, his name is Brain. Great app, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, should have fixed it. All right, let's go here. Let's say I want to switch my. Cool. Switched. Great. Thing I need to do is I want to add a check. Active solution. All right. Let's refresh. All right, cool. Let's update this though. I don't want that check to be there. Where's the check? Let's bring you down here. And let's go. Let's go class name. Flex. Justify between. Let's come here. All right, that looks good. Um, I log out, log in, and just say, cool. All right, so all right, the thing I always kind of figure out is email changing and how I want to handle that. The only way I've seen to like properly handle this is to basically force it where you have to verify your email from your old email to your new email. Basically, what happens is the email gets sent to your old email. You confirm that that's what you requested. When you come back, you can then verify it from your new one. That's the only way flow that I've seen to properly handle it. Some sites have basically set up where all you need is your password to change your email, which is fine for basically apps that there's not a ton of sensitive information. But since this is dealing with like business type things, you could have some very sensitive files and links in here that I don't want to be able to just like give anybody access to. So I have to kind of do it the hard way and send two verification messages, basically one to the old email account. They click on that, come back to this, and then they get another kind of link to once again verify it from their new account, and that will basically complete the change process. I've done that on a few apps. Later on, when I add like two-factor authentication or passkeys or whatnot, I'm going to change that flow. Whereas if you have one of those enabled, then you can change your email with just re-entering that two-factor authentication or passkey to confirm it. But initial setup, if people don't have that set up, I'm going to have it as a two-step basically process of verification, from verifying your old email that you did request it, and then getting another link to verify that this is your new email account. Better Auth makes that much easier to do than if you're rolling your own authentication. I've done it with my own authentication built from the ground up. Not that fun to do, but Better Off does make that one part of it actually pretty manageable. So I think that's the route I'm gonna have to go. And then I also have to consider once I change my email, that also needs to be propagated to the associated client account, because you can be client of multiple workspaces. They don't want to have an old email that's going to update an email both ways. But then if you are a actual business, I don't think you should be able to add. Hold on, let me check this. Let's go, let's say here, my clients. Now I should not be able to, yeah. So I can't change my client email on this end, but the client will be able to change their email by changing their user account. So that's what it's going to be. While I'm here, let's wire this up. Let's go to I'm going to tell it to grab my copy email setup from my client's route and then bring it to here, so you can also copy here. Wire up emails. Use a copy. So I'm basically going to have to go to email. I'm going to add a icon below this, a copy icon, and then it's going to fire a copy to keyboard kind of function, which is, those are pretty easy. It's going to refactor what I already have from my other layout. So yeah, here's the button. On click, handle copy client, and then let's see. Oh, that ain't good. Hold on. And then here's the small little function that I use all over the place. The copy clipboard, client name, email, empty message. Very, pretty easy. Yeah, so I already have created a library function for it right here. And create a helper, and I just reuse this all over my app basically. Let's do this. All right, so that doesn't work. So let's do this. Let's go. Paragraph. So I need this whole div to be justified between. But the needs, okay, this needs to be here. To flex. Change this to shrink 0. There we go. Shrink. Oh, it's already here. Let's remove this. Go that one. Cool. Now refresh. Come here. Email copy. Cool. Am I using anti-gravity? No. A few people have asked me that a few times since I've been out here. I'm not familiar with anti-gravity at all. Just using good old VS Code and GitHub. I mean, a few people have asked me if I use anti-gravity. Actually, I've never actually looked into it and don't really know too much about it. So, I mean, let me know what's the benefits of using something like anti-gravity versus just your typical. I'm assuming it's an IDE. Cool. Can I tell you what I'm building? I don't know if homie's still in chat, but whoever suggested that I put up a description of this is like what I'm building, you might be on something. But I'll tell you again. Basically, I'm building a project management app that takes a client from start to finish. If you're a freelancer, small business, whatever, you basically send them an invite link. They accept it. They come to a project. You can basically handle all communication there. You can assign tasks to be completed. They can complete them. You can assign, you can work with other people within that same workspace and whatnot. And yeah, that's just generally what it is. It's basically to manage a project with the client from start to finish and have it all in one place and still there for like historical taxes and everything. It's just a full kind of like transparent timeline of events of handling projects. Because if you've worked with any type of freelance or client, emails are a fucking nightmare. So I'm trying to get rid of that basically for myself and for other people as well. Okay, so I need to update timeline, infinite loading. What am I building it in? I'm actually using React Router 7 as my framework. My first few apps and stuff that I built on my own was I didn't use Next.js, but I didn't enjoy just how abstract things are with Next.js. I think React Router 7 does a better job of like keeping you closer to the code, and it's easier to deploy wherever you kind of want it to. I don't want to handle like Vercel lock-in and complexity, so I just use React Router 7. And then I upload to my VPS for whatever production apps that I'm actually doing. All right, so what was I doing? All right, so I need to figure out email changing. So let's look. Let's go better auth. Go change email. All right, so here it is. To allow users to change their email first, enable the change email feature, which is disabled by default. Set change email that enabled to true. Waiting email sending different timing attacks. All right, by default, when the user requests verification email sent to the new email address, the email is only updated after the user verifies the new email. Okay, so the general flow for Better Off is they just send one verification email to the new email, which I don't love again because somebody can easily kind of take your account over just with their own email and you don't have any access to it. So I'm gonna go with this route. For added security, require users to confirm the change via their current email before the verification email sent to the new one. To do this, provide the send change email confirmation function. So basically, change email, enable true, and then you're going to send change email confirmation. And then here's the email you're going to send. Okay, and then here's the... All right, so what I like to do, since I've already wired this before, but I don't want to have to go mirror wire it myself, I'm going to just literally just copy this. So here. Like to copy this whole thing, bring it into my agent and be like, hey, wire this up for me. For users, here's from Better Auth. I will also need to update the corresponding client email so they stay together. Just like that. What am I using for the client and dev to chat? What do you mean by that? I mean, I would just say like, I mean, my setup, I use VS Code, and I run this on a Docker container, so my server can speak to what I need to my local database. So I use Docker pretty much for all my kind of local production and production. But if that's what you mean, Docker is typically how I handle communication. All right, just like that. Because if you're very explicit when you give an agent things to do, it typically does things right. So it says that happened pretty quick. It says I already had it enabled for change email, but it bypasses verification, and it's switching it till here. See what it did. All right, so here's my hook, my better auth hook. So after user create and then user update, it created another hook. So basically after updating, I want to, this is basically what it does. So after I update, if I change my email, it's gonna then update my also email on my client table where the client user ID is equal to my user ID. So it keeps the client email and the user email in sync. So then if I were to send a new project to an already existing client and they change their email, I will still have the right one on hand and not to get a new one. So that's good. And then here's the whole email functionality. Sends change email confirmation. Basically, it's asking me to approve um, this change before it actually changes anything. And then it's like a two-step approval process, basically. I'm going to send one to my old email. I confirm that it's what I want to change, and then it's going to send another email to my new email address. Approve your email change. Approve your email. We received a request to change your account email to blah, blah, blah. Approve this change. Link below. If you did not request, you can ignore school. Verify your email. Click the link below. Verify your email. If you did not request it, verify your email by visiting. Cool. All right. So that should be all I need to do. Actually, I do need to update the actual UI side. Maybe I'm using Redis. No, I'm not actually. I only use Redis in my apps if I'm doing like real time updating, which actually for this one I am, but it's strictly for messaging, if that's what you mean. So like for example, only time here Redis even comes into play, which actually it doesn't on my local machine. It only does in production, but it is set up. So if I was to come in here, I come to this timeline and messaging is all in real time. That uses my Redis server for like it's gonna be used for notifications and messages and all that. But for my local machine, it's pretty much just Docker, and you can handle real time messaging just on local pretty easily. But other than that, like that's pretty much all I use is Docker. Docker, and I use Drizzle to communicate with my database. So maybe that's what you mean. Not exactly sure. How much have I burned in token? Honestly, not that much. You'd be surprised. Like honestly, not that much. Because majority of this I had already built up. So this is just me coming in and updating small things, and I don't typically use it for building out whole features. I use it for assistance, but I don't do everything with it. So honestly, not that much. A GitHub Copilot Pro account, which is what $20 a month, is literally more than enough for this one and my other app for me. Also depends on the models you use. I really just use it for implementation for things that I already know I need to do and want to do. I'd never let it just run free. Like, yo, go build this. Let's go to thanks. Like I've had a few people kind of mention about AI and tokens and whatnot, but honestly, like I've always found that if you are pretty like pinpoint accurate and direct with what you want it to do, it doesn't spend a lot of time wasting and tokens wasting on shit that you don't need. If you're very specific what you need, it typically does things in a relatively um affordable manner. Like you're not just burning because I'm not like, hey, just go tackle this problem. I like know the solution to the problem. Then I'm like, here's the solution. Go implement it. That's typically how I work. And then other than that, I generally would be like, if it's for bugs and stuff, I'd be like, all right, go investigate this. But generally for implementation, it knows exactly what it needs to do and it does it. And then how am I going to promote this? See, that's a whole nother can of worms right there, as they say. My background is actually business and marketing and all that stuff. So typically going to use all that. SEO, obviously, I know how to do all that, wire all that up, do some marketing for it, but generally going to get in the hands of a lot of freelancers and people that I do know using it and help and reach out to some people on social media that have decent followings. So kind of go hands on with it and use people that actually need this, specifically like freelancers and stuff, and kind of get them to promote it. And but I have a whole plan, but I might do that live as well. We'll see. But my degree is business and management and marketing, so it is actually what I've done on the side for like a long time. All right, see, so added a new email input, has email change request. Basically, it's making sure those two inputs are aligned. If it is successful, check your email to approve and verify your new email address. For an email. Sorry, so let's give this a go. Let's refresh. Come here. Let's go to settings. Current email's locked, which is cool. How are you going to get money? Have you built the escrow service yet? How am I gonna get money? I'm gonna set up eventually a subscription kind of plan. There's a lot of automated features to this that I have not implemented, but I will in the future. Right now, not really worried about the money. I'm just getting the MVP up and getting a ton of testing and understanding how people use it and what exactly features they want. And then I have, automation already in mind. I'm not gonna like give that away right now, but basically it's gonna be on a subscription kind of basis, like basically like most other SaaS platforms, I would say. All right, so this is here. This is set up. Here's my old email. All right, let's go. New email, client. Should cancel it. Okay. Requires a password. Save changes. Check your email to approve. All right, let's go check my postmark. I mean, you sound like you know yourself a little bit. So, like, what do? Do you build apps? Do you work for a company? What do you do? Like, what do you do? Like, I still don't know how people build those amazing looking front ends. I'll give you a secret. It's called Shadcn. If you use a framework like Next.js or React Router 7 and you see these front ends, a majority of what people use is Shadcn. It's kind of become the industry standard in terms of UI components. It gives you all of the cards and placements and buttons and avatars. Like it's definitely the go-to. Obviously once you do it, you're gonna have to add a lot of your own custom touches. So like that's just mine isn't just straight out of the box Stratcn, but there's a lot of things in here that they have basically set up already for me. So Shad Sienna is honestly the secret if you want to have like good looking front ends. And if you know Tailwind, it's very easy to customize. So I am a fan. All right, let's double check this. Let's go here. That didn't work. Oh no, it did work. All right, so it did work, but it did not give me notification that it worked. So basically, it worked and it sent the new email once I clicked here. But what it needs to do is send another toast, basically. So I need to wire that up. So can I type that for you? What do you mean? Can I type Shadcn? It's SHADCN. I'll just show you actually. It's here. This is what I'm talking about. Shadcn. SHADCN. It's right here. This is the secret to all modern development at this point. Is this literally, this is it. SHADCN, exactly. You come here, you go to components, you pick and choose exactly what you need. It has all the dialogues, it has all the buttons already in here. As you can see, buttons, and it gives you all this coding. It's a pretty amazing tool. I don't actually know who made it, but it's all free. There is, I think, a paid element to it, but right out of the box, it's so easy to plug into and use. Shadcn. Anytime. Start it. Let's go. All right, so I'm check. So I got the link. Paste the link. Come back. Boom. Client email changed. Two-step done. Pretty straightforward. Better off. If you're building your own authentication and you do that, it's gonna be way more steps. Better off kind of handles all this out of the box. I would absolutely suggest use them for authentication. It's completely free and it's full of different tools that are extremely useful. I need to fix this where you get the success toast, but we'll wire that up. All right, so basically this is basically how I have to handle toast, because if as a user you're navigating from your email account back to the site, your site has no way of knowing, the client has no way of knowing that it should fire a toast. So basically the trick that you have to do is you have to read the parameters. So it's going to search again the parameters from the location. It's going to get this right here. It's going to look for this email changed up, And if email change that does not equal confirm current, do nothing. But if it does, you're going to get this toast and you're going to fire this toast. So basically, you're going to read the parameters that return from the link. So you're going to pass the parameter along with the invitation link and then get that back and then look for that. And then after it's all done, once you toast, current email confirmed, check your new email address to verify. And then you're going to take the window, local storage, and you're going to remove that parameter from the URL. That's pretty much how the flow goes. When you want to toast from an outside external source, that's what you have to do. You have to pass along the parameters in the URL. So it should have also passed that here. Let me see. There's my link into URL. So where's my requested email? All right, so you're passing along this. All right, yeah, here it is. So this is my actual action to basically, if I have an email change request, and then if the window is not undefined, you're going to set the change pending key and the requested new email. So then along with that, you're going to push that to the promises. And the auth client change email, which is a better auth kind of configuration. Here's the new email, and then here's your callback URL, basically what you're going to come back to. And it's going to be settings, email change step equals confirm current. So then I'm going to add another one that's going to say confirm verification. That's going to send another toast saying email change successfully. User setting schema, new email, z.union, be nothing, or please enter. Okay. All right, so I made some changes. Let's see. So I created a type for my email change flow state because it's going to be awaiting current confirmation or awaiting final verification. Basically, the two different steps that I'm going to need to understand the toast. So here we go. Here's my parameters in the URL search parameters. That is pretty sure. I don't know if this is framework, but I'm pretty sure this is React. This is React functionality. This is how you reach. This is basically how you tell it to create a variable from your URL parameters. You're gonna search the location of search and then get the parameter that equals email change step, and then raw flow email change parse. Here's the response of the raw flow. If it means awaiting current confirmation, current email confirmed, change otherwise. If it equals awaiting final, it's going to give you a toast saying email change successfully. And then revalidate. So come down here and check. As you can see, email change flow. It's going to be a JSON package, so you're going to stringify it. And initial stage is going to be awaiting current confirmation, and then new email, request email, and then on the change email auth client, it's going to be final step, confirm current. All right. So that should have tightened up. So we come back here, try this again, refresh. Let's just restart my server just in case. So right now, as you see, this is my client 01. If I want to change it back to just my original, let's go client. Keep the same password. Save changes. Check your email to approve. Cool. I'll go to my email. I will grab that confirmation link. You won't be able to say it, but in the link, it will say change email change step equals confirm current. So when I go press that, I get that toast, but clearly there's something going on. This is the correct one. I don't know why it gave me that last one. So it fired both. So let's go investigate that. No change below. So I got that one. So let's go check this second step. Then I come here and I use the new one. Boom, not firing. So okay. Somewhere along the lines, it's getting confused, and it fired both upon the first step, and it should have been a staggered toast thing. So just success in parse stage, waiting final confirmation. I think it has to do with this. Where is it? Not getting the right callback for sure. All right, so I don't want to investigate, so I'm gonna tell it to check it out. Either got to be something to do with my change flow. Let me check that. Let's handle email change for direct reference. All right, so here's the response from the agent. It said the duplicate toast issue is caused by the redirect handling effect, being able to run more than once in the same load. It added a guard, basically, a reference guard, which I noticed here, which is const has handled email changed redirect reference. Sometimes you have to use references. I don't always use them, but sometimes you have to do to specifically make React. Sometimes you have to use it specifically so React stays basically on target, honestly. Let's check these changes right here. Added the reference, and here's the little use on in effect. It's basically guarding against this. If it is not the current reference, don't do anything. All right, let's try that again. Sent. Let's go check my emails. Cool. Current email confirmed. Check your new email to verify. So let's go check that second email. Boom. Toast. Email change successfully. All right, so email flow is done. Changed successfully. Now I need to double check to make sure that this is being passed to my client. Let's do it here. So you said, let's see what cool landing page. I haven't built a landing page at all. That's the last thing I always do on an app is landing pages and everything else that is part of the SEO of everything. So once I finish all this functionality, that is something I will do, but I have no landing page right now. All right, so I come in here and it says here, check my clients. Boom. Change the email as well. That's exactly what I wanted. So if I were to come here, let's say create another project and I wanted to send it to that same client, it gets the actual new email and sends it to the correct one. That's exactly the functionality I wanted. Okay. I need to put some guards in place to make sure that you can't change your email to, let's say, a email that's already being used. All right, let me double check. I think I already set up password changing, but I'm not sure. Let's go. So if I log out, cool. I try not to make it too intrusive. Sometimes, depending on the app, I might or might not have email verification requirements to like change your password. I might implement it, might not. We'll see. So last thing I need to do is password reset. So request password reset. Let's see. Send reset password to email. Actually, I won't add a email verification guard for passwords because there's already a pretty solid guard for email changing. So somebody who does get your password in or does get your account and logs in and changes the password, they won't be able to change your email. So you can easily kind of request a email to change your password. So that's I'm just gonna leave it how it is. You never had a change in email feature in your project. How? How? People ultimately sometimes have to change their email, especially if you're working with businesses. You might have to get a new mail account. You might need to change ownership. You might need to do a bunch of things. And since this is kind of a business facing app, you'd have to have email changing. Request password request to allow the URL to send a verification token used to complete. It's always pretty straightforward. On password reset callback. Okay. All right. So that's the next thing I need to do. I need to wire that up, but let's check this. API email availability. All right, so it's going to. So I added a guard here. So before you can just change your email, I don't want people to change your email to one that's already present. So it's gonna call this API to fetch availability. Let's see. Get the results. That email is already in use school, so it's gonna be here. Okay, here's your email. Then you're gonna look for existing users where user email equals stuff. All right. I don't know why he did this. What team did I play for? I played all over Europe, man. I played all over Europe. I played G League, 4 years in Nevada, mostly Europe, 6 years in Italy, I think, something like that. Euro Cup, Champions League, stuff like that. Let's see. Yeah, really. Um, I don't know. I did lower. Let me see. But I thought, I'm like, why did it do that? That's weird. Uh, all right. Damn, I got a sub here. No, you do not. I mean, unless you were in Italy, during that time period, or in France or Greece or something like that. You might know, you might not, but I wouldn't consider myself a celebrity. That's for sure. I was somebody that was nice. I was definitely nice, but celebrity, no. Somebody that definitely could. I will say that. All right. Let's just do this password reset because I don't think I have any of those routes set up. Let me check. Set password reset. Let's go. Reset password. Routes now. Where's my auth? Let's go here. Let's go route. Got password. Reset password. Cool. Let's restart. Like something's. No. What was the first project that I built? Man, I had to go back like 10, 12 years. The first thing I actually built was on Ruby on Rails, and it was literally like a full on social network, something like that. It was like a private social network that I created, more of a proof of concept type of thing than something that I actually had open to the public. But the first thing I fully built by myself, that was probably about 10, 11 years ago. Ruby on Rails full social network. All right, so that's good. So now I just need to wire up this request a password because when I log out, go to login, there is no button to do that. So here, let's go to login. Here's my button. All right, so let's add it here. Where's it? Sign in. Password is the field. Yeah. All right, form label. Let's go here. Span. Appreciate the sub or follow. I didn't catch that, but form now. Text. Small. Let's give me a. I hate when I do that, so let's do this. Now let's do a link. Let's check that out. Let's go again. Forgot password. Cool. Let's go transitional. Let's do that for this button as well. Let's go to transitional. All right, cool. Clean this up. Just register. You said your first was a comic reading website with the web scraper for the comic to be scraped from various websites and was building it to be the largest library of comics on the internet. I mean, that just sounds impressive. I mean, you said was. Are you not it's not up. You kind of stopped it. Did you finish the project? Like would you use to build it? It's the same thing for this. Let's go class name. Hover. Font medium. Show. Did not work. Oh, medium. Semi bold. Cool. Forgot password. Cool. All right, now I'm just gonna tell us to wire this up because I don't want to do that by hand. Wire up. Set for finality. Here's the better invitation. A toast needs to fire. Fire saying password. I've already. Oh shit. So here's do it on the server. I don't like doing a client. Paste that. Here's the parameters. Paste that as well. And then here's the actual reset. Grab these parameters, and here's the update. Grab this. Very cool. So I basically just pasted in the documentation for Better Off of how to reset a password. It's pretty straightforward, but I'm gonna have it go ahead and just implement the whole thing so I don't have to go into each file and redo this and copy and paste, and it'll just go ahead and lay it out as it does a pretty good job of understanding my other routes and how it should look. So go back here. You said you had to take it down to 5 months because you didn't want to add ads in the website, and you also sucked in SEO. Um, yeah, I mean, ads definitely can be make or break for a lot of people. It's kind of hard these days to have something that doesn't have some upfront kind of payment processing thing that can like have people give people a service that they're willing to pay for. First of all, so yeah, I mean, ads definitely is the way most people go, and most websites kind of like that. That just use a ton of ads. Yeah, I understand those do kind of suck, but and you sucked in SEO. I mean, I'm just somebody that's done SEO for so long and marketing stuff that like it's pretty kind of second nature. But it's definitely something you need to learn if you're trying to build something that has any kind of web presence that you're going to try to make money from. SEO is kind of everything. Obviously, things have changed drastically with AI and the impacted every website in SEO, but you still need it for just basic kind of traffic that you don't constantly have to go search for sure. That's one advantage I would say when I'm building these kind of apps is that I do understand the whole SEO and marketing side of things a lot. So all my websites in production are pretty wired for SEO and just kind of getting traffic that I don't necessarily have to fight for constantly. But it is a must. It's definitely something you need. Everybody needs to learn if they're planning on having anything of their own. SEO and marketing is a must. All right, so here's the wiring it up. Email, password, enable true, send, reset password. You're gonna send this email, reset your password. You received a request, use the link below. You now receive blah blah blah. Okay, reset. Any tips for enhancing your product's SEO with AI? Where to start? I don't know. I know there's like a new term for it. I don't know what they call it now. It's not SEO. It's something. I forget the new term, but there's a new term for what they call like making SEO for AI agents, basically. So like a lot of people are optimizing their like articles or products, like you said, not just for Google and search engines, but specifically these AI chat agents and models. They are like specifically gearing their articles and products to kind of rank in terms of like when somebody asks a question to an AI agent, they're hoping that their article or their website gets linked and referenced in terms of that. I don't know how viable that is in these days. Like I don't really know how much traffic that actually drives. I think no matter what, traffic is just down about around the board, but it is something that you do have to consider. So for if you're using like for example, if you're creating articles for somebody, which I've done recently, and you're trying to rank in terms of like getting referenced by these agents or just picking up an SEO, pretty much you're going to have to make headings that are worded as kind of like questions. And then within the first two sentences, you answer that question. So when these agents kind of scan pages on websites, they're looking for the questions that are closely aligned to what people are searching for. And then within the first two lines, they're going to typically try to pull from that for answers. If it's not answered within the first two, kind of like, or some sort of answer, it'll just move on. But basically, question answer Q&A kind of format for articles nowadays is what works best. But again, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. For products, same thing. If you're doing product descriptions, question type answer format, if you can. And then if you're trying to actually write stuff, just use AI. Honestly, like tell them like give me an SEO worded article or post that can rank for a specific focus keyword. Other than that, you're gonna have to do keyword research, which honestly, ChatGPT isn't too bad at. But if you have other platforms like Ahrefs and other that, you want to do a ton of keyword research, and you want to look for long tail keywords that don't have a ton of traffic that you can basically own. That's the secrets. That's kind of secret sauce for you. That's a little free game. There's like a lot. There's a lot to it, but that's just a little taste. But keywords, keyword research, and trying to own keywords that are like longer, that don't have a ton of competition, is how you kind of make your mark. Password reset successfully. Navigate to login. All right, cool. So wired it up. I don't know if y'all saw, but I wired up my whole send password thing. Here's my console info. So yeah. So here's the email that's gonna get sent, and then when I come here to my reset password or forgotten password specifically, you're gonna fire this off basically. Some request password that's gonna send off that email. And it's gonna redirect myself to this reset password. And if that account is the reset link has been sent. Cool. And then once you come here to my actual reset, use the form using Zod, and I use React Hook form for React Hook form, and I use Zod for validation. And then here's the on submit action, basically. As long as the token is correct, which just comes back with your callback from your email, you're gonna call your better auth client and reset password with the new password and pass along the token so they know send a toast success password reset successfully, navigate login. Pretty straightforward stuff. You're going to use that for your new projects, and are writing blog posts still worthy? It depends on what type of project or product you're kind of offering. Unless your website has like a full-on CMS kind of feature set to it, I wouldn't waste my time constantly writing blog posts. I don't think the reward is going to be enough to kind of justify the complexity that comes with trying to build or implement another CMS to your platform. But what you do need is, I would say 5 to 10 what they call evergreen articles that can live on for like a long period, that specifically target certain keywords that you are trying to rank your project for, basically. So for example, this is project management. I'm not gonna give this away, but this is a project management app. I have specific keywords that I know that I need to rank for that aren't super competitive, but that can be owned, and I can make a mark in terms of search engines and AI. You're going to make 5 to 10 articles about hitting those keywords, at least one per keyword, so 5 to 10. And you're going to make them pretty long form, and they're going to live on your site. And then you're going to like update them basically per year. So it's going to be like updated 2026, updated 2027, such and such and such. And then you're basically just going to update it with new information and have those basically feed your kind of SEO kind of footprint. You don't need to consistently put out blog posts unless you're doing like a specific media focused website or something. You don't really need to do it. It's just not going to be the return is going to be minuscule. What you actually need to do is make short form videos. That's going to drive way more traffic than anything else. SEO is not dead, but it's definitely changed a lot. I would say that. So The old school way of just blasting out blog posts after blog posts and just filling with as much keywords that is long dead. Now they do like a holistic kind of approach, especially Google, where they look at your kind of like platform and the name of whatever you're trying to from a whole kind of standpoint. Just a little free game, that's all. All three preferably. You're gonna have to find out where it's all kind of testing. Like marketing is literally just testing out different videos, testing out different ads, testing out different articles. It's constant testing basically. So it's going to be a reel, TikTok, or a YouTube short, and you're going to have to consistently test against each other to see which delivers the most kind of interactions and they see link clicks or comments or whatever engagement basically. And then you're going to want to hammer that basically pretty consistently and kind of stay in that niche. But it comes down to a lot of testing. You're gonna have to try out different forms and different ever. And if you don't want to make reels and TikToks and shorts videos yourself, a kind of relatively cheap manner of getting marketing and advertising is to find like mid-tier influencers, let's say 10,000 to like 30,000 followers, and then offer them a couple $100, like, hey, can you do a reel or a short video for this? And then once you get enough of those, you start to see it kind of like get a little bit more traction, and typically you'll find some success doing it that way as well. And it's pretty cheap. I would not put money into Meta ads or Google ads up front. You need to build your basic SEO and footprint first. Who knew this was a marketing stream? But yeah, that's basically the game plan for all like marketing agencies these days. Find smaller mid-tier influencers and hammer that market with your project or your product or whatever. All right, let's try this out. All right, so let's say I forgot my password. Let's go here. Let's go to forgot. It's in that reset link. It did not redirect me though. Check if I got the email. I'm pretty sure I did. All right, email sent successfully, but did not redirect me like I was supposed to. Let's go investigate that. Correct. Did not reset. It did not redirect. Actually, it should. Let me go check my email. Get that link. So I shouldn't have to redirect. So I'll grab the link. Come here, paste that link. Boom. All right, takes me to the new one. So let's set a new password. Password reset successfully. Then let's go try to log in with the new one. Invalid. All right, that's the old one. Cool. Come on. Oh. Let's try the old one first. Invalid. Cool. New one. Success. All right, finished password reset and forgotten. Flow pretty straightforward. All right, so before I do the last major feature set that I need, which is notifications, and then obviously I'm gonna have to wire up some pagination and wire up my search inputs that I can do on offline. That'll be pretty straightforward. Last thing I need to do is notifications, and before I do that, there's one like kind of tricky area that I need to figure out is user deletion, because again, as this is a business kind of forward platform, I want to be able to delete my user account, but it shouldn't delete my client account, because uh, workspaces should still have access to those projects and whatnot. And then vice versa. So if I delete a workspace, the projects should still be able to be visited by a client and whatnot. I just have to figure out how to handle that dynamic information. But that is probably going to be the last major thing I need to figure out. And then other than that, it's notifications. And notifications is pretty straightforward. There's a lot of places I'm going to have to wire this into to notify people, but overall, those are the last two major features that I need to implement for this MVP before I can get it up. But I did a lot today. So I'm probably going to hop off, and I might be back tomorrow. We'll see. I'll probably be back tomorrow, finish notifications off, and then I'll get back to my other app, my social network that I've been building live on here as well. But other than that, man, appreciate y'all for joining in, chatting, joining the chat, talking, subbing, following, whatever. I'll catch y'all next time for sure. And again, keep the questions coming. Like, if y'all have them, like, I got some free game for some of y'all. So appreciate it. Peace.